Why, hello. I think I'm blurry again. Webcam, why you do this? You never used to do this. And now you don't want to work at all. I fix. Maybe. There we go. All right, now, where were we? We were dealing with detecting changes in connections. Let's get stuff open here. Okay. So, the thing we need to check and see is, does it make sense to put our connections, the strings, in them? It'd be the connection form that has opinions on this. For that, we set up buffers and we store the connection data. This is just sort of an intermediate thing, and I'm wondering if we just move, because you're in tiles. Nope, that's not what I want. Um, and this, origin, destination, and direction. Origin, destination, direction. It's just like a subset of this. What if we replaced instead of connection, connection data instead? Why are you not happy? Template manager, duh. Not tiles, silly me. And then this would need to take connection data, but yeah, this is its own package, so we're not tying into this one. That's fine. They should be able to both use the same one, I think. You let's not implement icon insert. Because right. That would make us need to do these guys, which is fine. This is now not icon, silly. Connection. Not connection connection data. Direction for this is a connection. It's a string, sorry. But doesn't need to be. This used to be a cardinal. Let's do that. Let's make you because of this. What is what's the fallout of doing that? Would that be how disruptive would that be? In the form, we don't do anything with that. I think edit bar. Actually, maybe it is in here. Direction. Ooh, right. This would have to be data struct. Direction not used. Okay. There was a reason that I did this instead of just it was a string instead of a direction, but I don't remember what it was. Let's take a look. Edit bar does it. But surely this is just a matter of we can compare the directions instead directly. And then we don't need to string that, so that's even better. We're going to YOLO this and see what breaks. This all good. And we can always just, roll things back. It's fine. Diagonal. Manager dot connection data, like so. And then we need vertical as well. Didn't open you. Template manager, connection data. Go back to nothing in there has changed, so we can close that for now. Connection tile. Gonna clean up some of that. This needs to be not a string. It's fine. Connect the associated tiles. We take the stringers out, or the calls to the stringers rather. You are a list of connection datas now. This needs to return connection datas. It's also possible that some of this was left over from before they all lived in the same widget, right? So cleaning this up is pretty good. This... Can I just directly... No, because it's a transit. That's fine. Remind me what a transit has. Okay, that's fine. We just need to build still. We just need to build a template manager connection data here instead of the other thingy. Be this. Ooh, this doesn't have an origin. We used to use destination wrapper. And that's because you're... Why are you called a wrapper? I think you used to be a wrapper of some kind. We cleaned you up. Direction. We used to calculate... Oh, we still do. Yeah, we still have dir. Description. Inner message. Leave message. Bot DC. Use DC. And I think because we reset dir up here, that we can just drop this directly in. Except we need to be careful to flip the floppy these. Just check a little note in there to me. And then this used to be destination transits, didn't it? It did. Because we need to reach over into both tiles, grab their transit information, and put them into this. Okay. That theoretically fixes that. And I think our equality also just kind of works. I'm sure I'm missing something somewhere, but type gen, we need to regen. That's fine. We'll run that real quick. Okay, and now let's try that again. Yesterday I was on lunch. I saw this live pop up for my on my For You page, and I'm back on my lunch break today. I see the same live stream. How long have you been streaming? Since January in total. YouTube was a little bit after that. Okay, that's up. I was initially not going to go on YouTube, but some people asked about it because they said it was easier for them to consume while they were doing other things, like they like to put it on their TV. So I was like, all right, sure. And then like YouTube has kind of gone gangbusters lately, which is crazy to me. Used to be nobody watched YouTube live streaming for me, and then like yesterday I had like 750 people that swung through. A lot of them bounced, but you know, it's not for everybody. That's fine. Did we ever give you... No, there's no spot DCs or anything saved in here, so let's just put some in. We'll do some fakey fakes. And that's saved. So this is 3-1 to 2-1. If we come over here, everything's saved. Fantastic. Okay. Unsaved changes have also popped up. Let's hit save, because we can leave that in there. That's fine. Happy with him to stay in there. If I was to come down here to my scratch pad sort of area, apply that. Unsaved changes works. Loving that. All right. The other thing, let's reload this just because I haven't fixed the loading yet. The other thing is deleting, which worked yesterday and still works now. Okay. Once more, and let's do adding a new one through this UI, and we'll just drag a template over. Love that. Makes life so much easier. Okay, that adds unsaved pops. Let's do a click and drag real quick for just directly on the tile. And I might be missing a possible method that worked unsaved changes, but I'm reasonably happy with this. Fantastic. All right. Is there anything else we need to do for this particular thing? We need to get loading working. We need to get reloading working and give that a UI to select. I don't know how I want to do that just yet, but I think we're good for this until we figure out if I've missed something. Finish work to detect a change in a connection and display unsaved changes. Warning. Could also go check real quick and see if the anybody has said anything about these boogs related to the layout issues I was having. Issues. Take a look. No, not yet. Okay. I'm sure they will get to that. And I'll check the Slack channel as well. That can stay open. That's fine. Close that. Nope, nothing there. Okay. That's fine. Let's go fix our open. Let's actually make sure it's still broken the same way it was, since we have made a bunch of changes to stuff. So if I were to open you, and then come in here and do a thing, apply, unsave changes. I click open again. It does not, in fact, reload things. Ah, it adds them, right. We just add maps. Because that seems fun. Not surprising. Because our load is just really a placeholder right now. The first thing we should do for loading a map is delete children. And then we'll boop, 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 do that. Might want to change top bar a little bit for the sake of making it clear that you can reload. Okay, and then if I was to come in here, apply, open, then that would reset that, and that would be fine, but that would still be up there. We need to send a change, except for we're not wired up to do that. What we should actually do instead, because this comes from menu bar. Open button. Right now it just sends a custom event. I'm quite happy with that. But the other thing it should do is set that to false and then update. So we open, we do some nonsense, we apply, we open again, it clears that, and it doesn't clear that. We also need to tell the edit bar, when we open a map, we need to tell edit bar to unselect. And that is wired up to clear selections on this. But what are you tied to again? You're tied to this, which lives in this package. But when we handle this, actually, what we could do if we're in open map, we load this, but first we clear selections. That way we don't have old data over there. So we come in. Need to fix that too real quick. Do something, apply, open map. Perfect. Clears that, clears that. Come back, it's fixed. All right. Meow. Let's actually commit here real quick. Fix reopening map temp code so it's usable for testing. Clear selections and unsaved state on a reopen. Push that up. And yesterday we talked about how watching a stream on the side can help people feel motivated / focused while coding themselves. So I just spontaneously decided to rewrite my Neovin config now. I'm sorry in advance if I go a bit mentally insane later. Good luck. Hopefully it'll help you. Okay, let's also do, when we do our select, it's picking up, because we had to make the map widget itself clickable in order to intercept the context menu stuff. When we click on a spot in between, because we just missed a tiny bit, because we're flying through things, it says that it's an unknown tile type, which is right here. Let's not do this. What does, actually, let's take a quick peek. When we click, the other ones just, we forward them up, I think. That would be, actually, it would be there. It'd be in build view grid. Down here, it's key core, this is on click. So we send up the click. So we would have to either do an on click here that put data in there, or just ignore it here. Don't send an error message because map widget itself may be clickable. May be clicked. And it will then display a misleading error. Do this. Open map, click a thing, it works. And then if we click in between, nothing. Perfect. That's what I want to see. And let's just do a quick commit for that too. Remove Splurious log snack bar message for clicking on map itself. And my coffee's broken. Twitch is about to have ads, so I'm going to take the opportunity to take a quick break and refill this coffee, and I'll be right back, and we'll start looking at what we want to do for load UI. There we go. Coffee has been achieved. Okay, now let's think about this load UI business, or this load map business. Right now, we moved a couple things around, which is good, probably, hopefully. Any bar, map widget, center split, set log. Must be in our init that we... Well, it's not even true. No, it's in the... We moved it into the menu bar. It just sends the signal, which is fine for that. This is going to get split up a little bit, I think. Let's look at the Cogent docs for... I have, yes. Have a file browser? File picker? Not sure. I don't know if I like that or not. The app data dir. But we don't necessarily want to do that because this is probably just a path. Do we want to... So some of this will have to go into there, which is fine. Let's do this. This will become open map. Can return error still, that's fine. Load map will come internal. Refactor anyway. We'll fix you, don't worry. Right now, do that. Now, this will do nothing, but what it's going to end up doing, selected file, selected file, selected file. The other thing we could think about so I want to give you the ability to, I don't want this. Like there's more information here than just the file, right? We need to know the size of the map, which we can determine from loading the config file, but we want to make that editable eventually. I'm trying to avoid like a file menu, but My top bar is already kind of full, visually speaking. We could change that, though. We have menu buttons. Somewhere. Text icon. This. Thought we had... We have toolbars as well. We could tuck that below the top bar. Would be a thing. Not completely sure I like that, but it's an option. Might also kind of fix our wiggly UI problems. Maybe. Because we can just put widgets inside of here. Could be a thing. Let's worry about getting it wired up to load first from a file. And then from there, we could go a couple different ways with things, right? Hey, what's up? That's up. What's up with you? And then this would just basically fire that dialogue, which I'm not opposed to. And then this could take the config object. Well, no. It doesn't really make any sense. What kind of thing does their file picker give me? Let's also check out Voucher real quick, just for the sake of... Yeah, I don't want that. This says... Detect when a user selects a file. On select... What is the selected file, though? Snack bar. This just looks like the path, which would be fine. We could do that. How do I get into making game engines? I think it's quite a cool thing to do. You just do. Like, you just figure out what you want to make and start. Like, it depends on... Like, you need to know some programming, right? But, like, what kind of engine do you want to make? And you just solve problems as you go. Like this, I started with the server, and my first task was just to set up a WebSocket. But like how? I mean, your questions is really broad, so I'm struggling to help you. Like, how much programming do you know? Let's start there. So this, it looks like it just gives me a path, which I could just use for this. That would be fine. Wonder what the performance would be like with this, though. And what options I have. Doesn't tell me much about. Like, it's just a scrollable list of things. I'd like to not make my own, though, just for the sake of my sanity. Let's do. We need to do a some kind of. I guess intermediate, I focus on C++, Java, web dev, and Python, to be honest. I also use Unreal quite a lot. Okay, so you need to know what you want your engine to do. And, like, I'm not a game dev. This is just a project that was interesting to me, right? So I don't know exactly how I would tackle a 3D editor or a 3D game engine, but I would probably be inclined to start with being able to move a box across a screen, right? So if you think about it, the 3D editor, you need to have the notion of entities, and like it depends also on like how you're going to architect the parts that other people are going to interface with. You can look at things like Unreal has source available, if I'm not mistaken. So you can look at some of their engine code to sort of get an idea of an architecture option, right? There's stuff like Bevy, there's Godot. They're all open source that you could look at and get other ideas. I haven't really looked under the hood of them, but it would seem like a lot of it has to do with drawing objects on screens, making them move around, detecting collisions, stuff like that, right? And then how you, uh, accept the engine consumer's code. That's another thing that you need to figure out, and there's probably a lot of work there to figure out kind of what works best and what people have had success in. It would be a big undertaking, that's for sure. Even this, just a little text game engine, is an undertaking, right? I've been working on the map editor for like a month, maybe more, just because there's just so many things I need to set up, and also I'm bad at UI. So okay, so yeah, you bet. Hopefully some of that was helpful. this really looks like it just spits out a file path, which is fine. I guess we could just hand up the errors. Yeah, let's kind of work under that. Let's work under the assumption that we're going to get a config in here. Let's just implement the file picker widget from them for now. See where that gets us. We need to just put you in there. Let's call delete children here as a. We need it both places. We'll call it here before we create the new widget in the middle there. Stylers might be a problem there. We'll find out. Let's just do that for now. Let's take a look and see what we need to massage. Will help if I did that, since I did tell it needed to return something. Errors imported but not used. Well, unimport them. It's your job. I'll do it for you. You're slow. If we do this, I need to do that. I don't hate that. Probably want to um probably want to point it at the correct folder, which we're going to want to determine by we have a temporary folder. Do we want to point it at that? Do we want to point it at the we have a temporary folder just for testing while we're building this part, but the server, you're ideally supposed to be running next to the server itself. Is there a way for me to say also just check real quick? There's no up button, which is annoying. Like up a folder. But pull this over here so I can see. Server big doesn't populate the extensions. Ah, that's where I can tell it. Well, it just highlights things, which isn't, and then it doesn't unhighlight them. Cool, cool, cool. The weird icon too. What are my options for tweaking this thing? Looks like I can set a filterer. Which is probably what that is. Um, Key maps, jumps, okay. Directory up. Oh. So spacebar is directory up? No, spacebar just goes into there. What is key map jump? The hell is key map word left for that matter? Okay. Up arrow? Up arrow. Okay, that's annoying. But okay. Mac is not supported apparently. Okay. Oh, everything is off right now. Okay. For whatever that was supposed to do. The make toolbar. Arrow upward, set key map jump. Okay. It's like this widget has some to do work. Favorites, files, I don't really care about that. Context menu for open. Back in my configs real quick. Open, duplicate. Okay, I don't want to do that really. I don't want to build my own widget for this. But I'd have to, because I don't want to fire this on. I guess I can put this inside of another. That would be a thing. Read files. I could. Go back to the init here real quick. Maker, save recent paths. Because recent paths live at. Open recent paths. Okay, so apparently it stashes something in the data directory. Okay, fine. This is disabled, so we can pretty much ignore it. Adds the path. Set editable is a thing. So if we were to come over here, WFP for file picker. No. Is that not exposed? Oh, it's for a chooser, right? Because that's the path. This does not have a thing here. Toolbar. Which I think is what they're using for the top. I'm going to be making a 2D indie open world game. Wish me luck. Okay, good luck. Dread, though. Do it. Make it happen. It doesn't look like there's a lot of options here that stand out to me as things we can tweak with this. And I'm really torn because it does some of the things that I want. Like I can do set extensions, it looks like. So if I set enabled, just set extensions to that, and I run this again. And if I do that, oh, there it is. It took a hot second. So that's just going to populate this. And we still have to go into server, config, and then they're just highlighted. That's not meh. Don't know. I think we're going to go with this just for now, but I'm not super happy with this thing's functionality. Let's do this. We delete the children. And then we need a new frame that goes into map widget. That we do you grow center all for me. Then we'll do the direction is a column. This will go into the center frame. Set file name. Like so. Down here, you go into the center frame as well, so you go beneath because we're in a column. Styler. Like so. Oh my gosh, that one. Then we do we don't want to mess with the X, so we're just gonna do, or no, sorry, we don't want to mess with the Y, just the X. So we set the X, set it to grow on the X, so that it'll go all the way across, but be centered. Ink. And then content justification is, and to put the things on the right, inside a button frame, we will have I want to do this way. I think so. For now, for sure. So want an open button. You go in the button frame. And then in the on click, what we do I want to get selected file. And then we do this. I think we can get last one on a path. Make an entire game or just a game engine? Both. Engine first, because obviously, right? Output of this is B. That's the opposite of what I would think a base would be. Extension. Is that just... Yeah, it's just the extension. Okay. Clean just verifies that it's cleaned up, yeah. Last element of a path. That won't help me here. What does split give me? Ah. Gives me a directory in the string. Okay. I can do that. Do that. And then you, let's make you take a config. Problem is, this is going to be... Because this is a function inside of here. I guess we can just ignore returning an error up here. And just do snack bar, oops, context is the map widget, and then we say error loading map. Throw at the error. I've done it backwards though. And then here, oops, spell it right, it'll work better. We can temporarily comment this all out. And this. We don't actually even need to do this though. We can do that. Like so. Let's see if I hate this or not. No value. Oh, because don't need that anymore. Tried making my game engine, it was a headache. Yep. Then I decided to just use Unity to make my game first. At least one thing should be ready, right? I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Lots of good games made with the off-the-shelf engines. And especially if it's your first game, like, that's a lot of work to tackle already, you know? This is so slow to open. Oh, you know what? I forgot to reload. That's why. Duh. That. Boy, that's annoying. Get out of there. This widget doesn't work right. So let me do this real quick. First and foremost, I want you actually let's just do done it backwards, that's fine. We'll fix it real quick here. Oh, crap. Let's not do that. You were going to be not going to do that. In order to lay this out the way I want it to, I think I need this, though, to be that, and then I will need new frame. You go into container. That. Have I ever used Vim? Sure, for editing text files. Ready to grow so that you are fitty fitty with max there. Then we put all of you in there. Oh, I forgot to also do, after I do all this, okay, that's better. Except for this guy. Still in the wrong. I don't want a file name. I want a directory. For one thing. Is it perhaps because you do that? And then the ooh, I wonder also. This file name stuff's going to become a little bit of a pain, but that's fine. Let's also go a little bit bigger than 50-50. Let's do 70-70. And after we do all this, we need to trigger an update still. Got to do that. Okay. Okay. Still in the editor, though. I need it to go. Can I do a relative path? This needs to be smarter, but for now. Editor test map. Open. Okay. I don't hate that. The, this needs to be on this now, because we're effectively just making a middle frame, and then that fills the screen, and then putting a thing in the middle of it, so that it's nicely centered and doesn't look all wonky. Do that. Editor test map. Open you. Fantastic. I'm reasonably happy with that. All things considered. There's a new folder, but no new file. We want to move these two anyway. I don't want to live in config. But that'll be a different change, because the map, the server needs to be changed too. Which probably means it's probably time to start thinking about config files and stuff like that, so that things can live where they need to. I don't hate this. This needs to be smart, though. This all, actually, with the exception of enter, yeah, all that. Instead of returning an error, I don't know that this would ever really fail. But let's just do another error snack bar here. Off the map widget context. Air U. Like that. In my open map, looks like that, except for ah. What has gone wrong? I bet you it's not probably doesn't have a trailing slash. There we go. Nope. I lied. Print it out for me real quick. And see what's going on there. Because it gets most of the way there, it just doesn't get the last part, which is bizarre. Server config. Okay, it doesn't get the last slash, even if I put it's because you clean off a bit the trailing slash. If I was to take the clean out just temporarily as a test. You have a question? What's your question? Still. Join must clean off that last one then. Your tag says no AI. Are you against people that use it? No, I'm against using it. Like, you can do whatever you want. I'm not going to use it. I'm not interested in using it. And I'm against the content that it creates. Like, everybody's free to, you know, make their own choices. Okay, cool. Yeah. Hey, Dag, how's it going? Okay, so because this does this and cleans up everything, we need to then append. One more slash. Just to see if it works. We'll have to find a smarter way to do this. Good? Good. I've used it to teach me how to code, not make the code for me. Okay. Sure. There we go. Okay, so that is... I was correct in that. Beverage swap. because that is nothing but coffee grinds in that other cup. Okay. We need to do this in a better way then. Can I use path because this is going to be OS specific and we don't want that. What do I have as options in my file path package? Dir? All but the last element of a path. You know, the path and trailing slashes are removed. Okay. It's annoying. It's annoying that this needs it. List separator? Take a look at this. Guess we can add the path separator. Because that is one of our constants. Hey, thanks for the sub with Prime. Appreciate that. That was a new noise for me, so I had to go look at what it was. Relative path. It's gonna clean that off. The other thing I could do just for the sake of my sanity, let's make sure that there's not yeah, just set file name. This is basically useless for me. Get rid of that. I would need to... I guess I could just use the file path constant for the separator, which is an os.path separator, so theoretically that should be okay. I think that's going to be a rune, though, so I can't just do... Why can't I do a path separator? Are you... Is that a recent change, maybe? I guess I could just use OS directly. I'm using it already. Yeah, mismatch type string and rune. That makes sense. The, I don't want to set config directory because we use that. No, wait, we don't. We don't use that. Okay. So we can just use sprint F, I suppose. And put that in there. And I'll leave myself a note because this does look wonky. Do this because the file picker expects trailing slash when not selecting a specific file. Is the placeholder, just do a V. Default value for our rune. I'll be good. Let's give that a shot. Open. Oh, it's still not working though. Why not? I took out my... Oops. Open and look. Oh, because it appended the numerical, right. There's no stringer on that. My mistake. Okay, let's go over here then. Look at the docs for a format package. And right to the stringer slice. Oh, you know what I can do? I can do this, and then I can do that. That'll do. Which then takes us directly into here, and we can open our test map. Life is shiny. Okay. We can get rid of this now. Fixed our issue, our silliness. That'll get that. The other thing... Build view grid. We need to handle the yes, we can delete this now that we take over. Oops. We need to handle this doesn't exist at all. That's the thing. But also, we need to be careful about the sizing. We also need to create a new. New will be a button. The resizing thing will actually probably just run through load map again. And we'll have to tie that to the UI that does that. I think new... My instinct is to put new in the directory that you're in, but maybe we give it a... Is there a new child, new instance? No, that's not what I want. Docs again real quick here. Let's close those down. Pull these over. Make a button that opens a file picker dialog. That's not what I want. I'm just gonna make new created in the file you're in. That makes the most sense to me. We'll do the same thing here essentially, where we pull out the path directory and file name. Actually, we can just run off of config directory. It'll be fine. I think. And then we can do button. Here we are, button. Text and icon. I want that. Thought I had more options for that. We could do... Could do a dialogue for it. We need to tie that into writing, which is like the default size, which should probably be fine. No, we could do a spinner that was tied to that. Means building another widget. I don't want to do that. Look at this again real quick. Kind of hate that, but oh well. Other thing I guess we could do is put it in a different place. How do I want to do this is the question. Don't necessarily love how much gap there is between this and open. I guess we could on double click maybe on this as well. But if we put new in a different place, it would be, we'd have to do a widget. And if we're going to do a widget, I would want to replace this one because I'm not super happy with it. I don't want to do that. If I can avoid it. Can I say let's not do that. Let's just leave you in here. This is the open func. Down here, we call open func. And then for the on click, and then we can also do on double click. Let's see if that actually works. Doesn't seem to actually works. So that probably means that this doesn't handle up. On click. This is the context menu. Hit OK. Yeah, this is all in context menu. Crap. So we can't do that. Do I just suck it up and build a widget? Or do I leave it for now and hope that they build a better file picker that we can use later? Let's go with the latter for now. Just because I want to move on and get this UI done. I'm not in love with this thing. Leave that there for now. Well, now let's put it back just because it'll be easier to read up until such time as we can replace it. I did that in backwards order. There we go. And we can just tweak it later if we need. The thing we'll do for now, for new map. Let's actually do a commit here. Just because we're going to get into map making stuff. And it'll be easier to roll back if we decide we don't like the direction we're going. Because this, I don't love the widget, but I'm happy with the direction. Add file picker widget. Or add open map method. Use file picker widget for now to file browse for map files. And then what do we have for, I believe our config handles creation of new stuff right now. Load map, new map. We would do a new map, and then we'd write a map. Which we should... add tile to a map config. We let map worry about that. Write config. Takes the file path. And we call it on the config. Okay. It's fine. So the... just thinking about the logistics of changing sizes. Right now we don't support it, and that's fine. We're going to do that in a different change because that needs groundwork. It requires us to be able to deal with an offset so that a map can accept negative indexes and handle them when we interact with it. Which is going to be kind of a big change just because everything's been just a straight up grid up until now, which is fine. For right now, we're just not going to allow you to change the size. The the creation, though, we can do that and let you specify a size. That's not a problem. We can do a pretty simple... deal here, I think. And I think we just put it in the button on click. Okay, so let's do the open and then new map. Where do I want to put new map? Put it after. For now. You go in the button frame as well. Set the text to new map. Easy peasy. Let's also, while we're here, give this a styler. And we'll set the border radius to not 10, 0, so that they're square like all of our other buttons. We'll do the same thing here. And then we'll do on click, stat event. This, we're going to set handled here. Actually going to set handled is the first thing to do for this on-click event. That way it doesn't bubble up. We're going to do the same thing for you. And then new map, a new UUID string. We're going to get, I got ahead of myself here. We're going to get this from a dialog we pop out. Let's just do this. We'll need to do let me look at the docs for dialogue. Message dialogue. I don't want a message dialogue. I want a custom dialogue. So we need to do here is a new body, which is new map creation. We'll add bottom bar. And then we do, at the end of this, oh, because I called you C instead of D. We'll stick with their naming, it's fine. Run dialogue in the context of the map widget. Our bottom bar is going to have the same things they do, just the other way around. Add OK to the bar. On click. Looks like all the other on-click handlers, event handlers. Voodoo. Finish me. Put you up there because that's where you're going to live. Add cancel to the bar. Do I even need to do anything? Can I just get away with that? In our dialogue here, we are going to need spinner. 2 of them, actually. For now. Spinner. Just a new spinner. Okay. So we're going to do new frame inside of D. Or do I even need that? Maybe I can get away with just putting the spinners in. No, because we want to put a styler on you. To give you style, not style. What is it? It's not. It's display. Styles.grid. Columns is 2. And then we can do X label new text in the spinner frame, set text. I don't even need to call this anything, I don't think, unless I need to style it. Let's also do before the frame. I've done that wrong. This needs to be in D. Set text, you go in there. Set map size. And also I want a text here, same deal, but set text, file, name. And then I need name box, new text field in D, like so. Columns 2, set text, X, new spinner in spinner frame. Bind, where was the stuff for bind? I think it's actually in concepts. Concepts bind, yes. Core.bind. So we do X spinner, and we can say dot. Wait. Do this in one, I think. Core.bind. New X size to this new spinner. And then I don't even know if I need to save that. Let's find out. Next one is for the y-axis. New Y size. New spinner. Also in spinner frame, like so. Then here in our on click, do that, new string, perfect. We need to new X size, new Y size. This is new, not new string. And then we do write config to path dot join the Figder and the name box dot text. That's an error. Return. Not nil. Then we error snack bar. Off the map widget. Error. Error. Saving new map. Theoretically, that's okay. I think we can make that a little bit smarter, but let's just do this for right meow and see if things are kind of sort of working or not. New map. Say you're 5x5 funsies. And then this didn't refresh, which is not surprising. Test does get created. If I open you, voila. Okay. So we need to, first I need to open this so that I can delete these things as I make them so that they don't stack up and become a huge disaster. Why don't I see you? Where did you go? Um, what? Am I just blind? Very confused. Like I'm not crazy. There's no test in there. There is test here. It has to be permission something, right? LS sees it though. Read, write, read, read. What? I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to do this for now. We'll do that in a minute. We'll push on. Delete you. Okay. What's the reason for not using an AI agent? Because I have a brain that works just fine for that. It's a couple things here. This join result is cleaned. Okay, so we already do that. We don't need to redeclare an error here. Just use the same one. That's fine. Also return on that. I guess it doesn't matter. There's nothing else we're doing here. It's fine. There's a couple things. We need to, either way, I think. Can I just get away with updating the file picker if we save a new map? Let's try that. You are not. Oh my gosh. Get out of there. Run you. Did Twitch fall over a minute ago? No. Just my Ender did. Okay. We need to make sure that it has a JSON on it. That's one thing. File extension. Okay, that fixes that. Yes, we can do that, is the answer. We can also delete you from here. Might as well. Let's do this. Path.ext. Do I need to do this, or can I just do? Yeah, I can just do the name path. Call text on that. You. Let's do this. That way we can change you. And then this. That. Make sure that's all okie dokie. New map. And if I call you foo, then you get your JSON tag. Perfect. But what if I was to... Right, yes, thank you. Oh, that breaks things. We need to fix that too. Can I just do this again? I can. Okay. If I was to try to make you a text, then you would do that, which is weird. So let's do... I think it's base. That's not... Yeah, no. Holy macaroni, I actually managed to rewrite some stuff. Awesome. Is there a helper for this? Or do I just not worry about that? And in here, set what was the set placeholder .json. And like if you do something crazy, that's on you. So if I do new, and it's still going to make you, that's fine, I guess. Like, I guess we could also just say that as the placeholder to give them a clue. And then if you add JSON, let's make sure that that actually works still correctly. So I do new, and I do gets created correctly. Okay. That's good. The other thing, we have a min, and let's do I guess 100? I don't know if that's might suck, but we'll just go with that. We need to set min to min map size, set max, max map size. That's not my spinner. Like so. Okay. What else do we need to double check? I think that's pretty good. If I run you, we need to fix the if I do a stupid, it locks up this widget thing. New 10 by 10. I can't go smaller. It loops back around. Okay. All right. X and Y. Okay. We get an error, and that completely kills you because it's all my new button, open button. This needs to go after. No, that can't go after because, whoops. We need to know if it actually worked or not. Why would that cause us to... break it though? I am going to move this back into here. because we want to make sure that it works before app config is config. We want to make sure that it works before we set it. Otherwise, you'd have to nil it. There's no point. I don't know if that's just me, but I feel like AIs are getting worse and worse every day. Maybe it's just because I'm getting better, but when I use an AI now compared to a year ago, it hallucinates so much more than back then. Can't even write a simple Lua function for me anymore. No idea, because I haven't been using them. I've observed other people using them somewhat infrequently, and I have no experience there. Just when I was thinking of building something in Golang, I find this. Well, I might be slightly biased, but I think you should build something in Golang. All right, let's give that a go. And hopefully that doesn't lock up this widget anymore. Click open. Does still lock up this widget. That sucks. Like we log it, that's correct. If we click on open and reset it, everything's fine. So I guess what we can do is in the open button. Can we get away with just updating, perhaps? Would you say building a CLI tool would be a good side project? If it's interesting to you, then absolutely. Open. It's a directory. That's weird. Why did it die? Oh, it's because we kill. Okay, right. It's because we delete the children down here. And let's not do that until we know we have a good config. And it just wasn't updated because we didn't call update. When we called update, it disappeared because the children had all been deleted. So now, if we fail, we can try again. Perfect. We get an error bar. Makes sense. And then, hey, thanks for that follow. I really appreciate that. Got to mute that. Oh my gosh, another. A stretch! Oh, I did actually need that. That felt really good. Okay. So. And then if we open again, we need to do deleted the children. But didn't that? I thought we tested that and worked earlier. Test map, open map. Okay. What happened there? Gonna call that one the weirdest incogent, and hopefully it doesn't keep coming back. And then we have map, which is the same thing. We can switch around a lot, and things are happy. Okay, awesome. Let's see, do we need to do anything else here? What exactly is a mud game? Multi-user dungeon. Got that. Build view grid. What if we put this in here? This is the only place that calls it. And anytime we build a view grid, we need to clear out whatever's in there. So it makes more sense to put it there. Let's go with that for now. Let me check and see if there's anything else that we have in the list for this. We're going to put that off because I think that's a cogent issue. Yeah, I think that's it for this particular thing. Let's go ahead and commit this. Add validation and min max dimensions. Add, create new. Actually, let's do that. That's the biggest change. We'll do that as the first thing in the list. Add new map button and functionality. Type, there we go. Add validation. File name, validation, and min max dimensions. Push that up. And we need to do something better with this first before we merge. The open map is not really correct anymore. The save is still valid. But the because you're kind of opening a new map at this point, or you're throwing away changes if you have save changes. What do I want to do with this? I could do a menu bar type thing. I guess I could put it up there and move this stuff into it, and then just have the map below there. Let's try that and see how we like it. We need our docks. We need to look specifically at the menu bar again. Except for you're not called a menu bar, you're called a... You're called a something. I know you're in here. And I'm just blanking on the name. Toolbar. There we go. You're called a toolbar. I wonder... Can I... add that. Kind of. It just breaks things. I would need to do like 2 bars if I wanted to split them, I think. Maybe that's okay, though. See what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the restroom and refill my beverage, which is getting a little low here. And I'll be right back, and we'll try to figure out how I want to make this work. Right back. There we go. Oh gosh, my camera's blurry again. Let's fix that real quick. Ah, it saw me coming. It knew I was going to come fix it. Decided to behave. Okay. So we could do... a maker for this. Add a top bar. You mind if I post a link to your stream in the R Mud Discord? No, by all means. There we go, my good deed for the day. What did you do? How's me, Mr. the Mongoose? I'm all right. How's you, Mr. the Ash? I really want the zooms to live on the other side of things. Thanks, posted. Well, thank you. But it doesn't look like... Ah, what if we did, just for funsies, while we're kind of playing with things here, we do a tree add, a frame. Oh my gosh. And then we need to do... I think we need to do, I did some multiplayer gaming with my 10-year-old nephew back home. Nice. Helped his father, my cousin actually, so nephew might not be correct. I don't know, actually. Co-financed his first gaming PC. Awesome. Had to do something because the kid only had a phone and was doing all his gaming in those brain-rotting, exploitative, stupid mobile games. Yeah, that's not great. At least now he can also do other things on a computer, and I can guide him to games which are less wallet grabby. What I miss here, though? You missed everything. But also, I suspect that you're going to make him play Factorio, aren't you? We have a map browser now. I'm not super in love with it, but we can browse files and open them. And we create new maps. And we can open them. If I click on them, it helps, though. Oh, that didn't work. I found a bug. What happened there? I need you to go away really quick so I can get a new message. Oh, you're crashed. That's why. Duh. So I guess we'll fix that before we mess around with this toolbar. Let's see here. Index head of range 0 with length 0 in field view grid. Ah, because we don't handle a nil map correctly. I'm glad I caught this. We do need to fix that. What drew you towards using Cogent Core? It looked like fun. Um, I didn't want to do. Oh, my camera's gone blurry again. Fix. Okay, good. I didn't want to do like Electron or something like that. I really don't like that experience as a user, and I don't really like it as a dev either. So I was looking for Go frameworks that would do this because I had heard a couple existed. And I just like the look of Cogent. The docs are lacking, and it's still kind of early days, but so far it's been pretty fun. I probably won't, at least not for a few more years. He's not yet the age where he could derive a lot of fun from it. Gotcha. Right now, the skill trees in ARPGs are a tad beyond his grasp, yeah. At least until he gets used to them. Especially as a mobile-only game player up until now, right? Like, that's probably a wild shift. I remember my first skill tree, right? It was probably vanilla WoW, actually. I'd mostly played shooters before then, or like Zelda, back in the day, on the Super Nintendo. Okay, so we need to correctly handle in build a view grid. We don't need to base it on size X and size Y didn't get set. Didn't those get set? Okay. The plot thickens. That's right, I gotta introduce him to Doom 2016 at some point. He might enjoy that one. 2016, that was like the one that was Vulcan, right? Famously like one of the first Vulcan games. View map. You're set to 1010. Ah. When we bind, that's the first one of the remakes. The first one of the remakes was the one that was like 3D and you could only hold a flashlight or a gun despite being a super awesome Space Marine guy, right? Was that 2016? Now I gotta look it up. Because I felt like that was sooner. Like way earlier. Yeah, this is this one. There was one before this. There was where are you? Doom 3? No. Yeah, it was Doom 3. Yeah, this one. Enjoyed it a lot. Unfortunately, went in a silly direction with Doom Eternal, so I never got that one. I also screwed Mick Gordon, so I don't want to find a studio. Gotcha. Doom 3 is Windows only, DirectX. Right, yeah, no. The 2016 one, I'm pretty sure, was this one. Yeah. Support for the Vulkan API. I guess it was a patch afterwards. I remember it being notable because everybody was like, "Oh, it just runs Vulkan. We can like this will be way easier to run." Because by then, I think That was really close to the time I switched fully. Yeah, 2016 was OpenGL, and possibly they also made it for Vulkan. Yeah, they did. Works like a charm on Linux with Proton. Yeah, this was pre-Proton. That was right around the time I started switching. I think it was a couple years after 2016. Like maybe it was 2018 when I just YOLO'd myself over. Also ran on Stadia. Nice. Well, a lot of things ran on Stadia that didn't run in Wine normally or Proton normally. They did special things for Stadia. Right up until they killed it. I had a friend that was pretty big into Stadia. I'm not a cloud gaming believer, though, so I didn't jump in. It's in load map. It's in build view grid. This right here is a problem. We go with the length of the tile grid. This gets the tile grid out of there. Yeah, I went full length sometimes around 2017 or so. Doom was likely the last game I played on Windows. Never looked back. Cool. Yeah. Also enjoyed Stadia. It was nice I didn't have to have a powerful PC at home. Yeah. And I think that was kind of their main like selling point for a lot of people, right? My buddy, I think that was his reason too. I am a give me horsepower on my desk kind of guy, so I've always had a gaming computer anytime I could afford it, right, in my life. Hey, hello to you too. It was murdered too soon before it could have gained momentum and gotten good. Figure the biggest lack was that you couldn't import your own Steam library into it like what NVIDIA offers. Yeah, I guess that could be a thing. I'm not sure. Like, I never asked him what he found super compelling about it. But they're not, like, big gamers anyway. I play games with them once a week, and that seems to be most of their gaming time. We used to do, like, a weekly game night at the local game store, but then COVID happened, and we did online stuff and games. We started doing video games. And then they moved out of state, and then I left state, so... Okay, so we do this based on the grid size, but do I have... Don't have. That's problematic. Always had a beefy computer, but not necessarily gaming. Yeah. For example, I sported a beefy Threadripper and 64 gigs 4-channel RAM back in 2015, so I could run a bunch of VMs for various networking and clustering experiments. The home lab gotcha, is what you're saying. Dreams of the home lab life. Game map, can you tell me... We don't actually load you. Well, we do, but... How do we do? We just set you. Here's where we load you. Okay. So when we load a game map, in our config, we know we don't know. Problematic. We load you here. Okay, we can put you in there though, because we pull this out. We use the size of the config when we build in memory the map. For gaming, I had 2 mid-level wimpy GPUs, so I could run 2 VMs, give each of them a GPU and a couple USB ports, and plug in 2 monitors and 2 sets of mouse keyboard, so I could play World of Warcraft at the time, actually. My ex-girlfriend who came to visit. Gotcha. And I remember thinking, and like if you go back and you look at like WoW Classic, like it looks okay, but it's pretty dated, you know? But I remember thinking that like WoW looked amazing at the time. uh I don't know why I did that, but we make you of the size. We can put the size in here. I'm not. Or yeah, we don't load you in here. Okay. Yeah, let's just do. Let's just put it in the map config object here. Well, this should. Oh, I got distracted. This should be handled because we make these of the length even if they don't exist. We had zeros in the file. I nearly soiled my pants the first time I saw Prince of Persia on DOS on my dad's 286. Yeah. It's really funny how poorly those age. But at the time, they're amazing. But WoW style, like, their stylized graphics did a lot of heavy lifting. Okay, it's... I got distracted and then I forgot that I had traced this problem. As I am wont to do. We handle correctly in the map. It's our open here. We have a min, but when we bind, this doesn't get set. Min map size. That's what I'm guessing, anywho. Let's run you. And then we open, we do a new at. Oh, I need to do that too. Okay. Found another bug. Then if I open you, then we're happy. Okay, perfect. And you are 441, which is correct. We already know from yesterday. Let's do this as a quick commit. Initialize the size vars to... Actually, do I need? Hang on. Maybe I'm doing this in a silly way. Can I just do this? And then when I do this, no. Because they're spinners in their values and they're technically float 32s. This will be cleaner to do. We're gonna stick with this. Okay, so let's see here. Tried some of my childhood games a few years back. I remember these amazing detailed worlds and stuff. Seeing them now, it's like 16 pixels in a grid. Yes, I actually had to stop trying to play retro games because I was ruining cherished memories. Games that I remember being amazing, I played. I was like, wow, this is not great. And I prefer to have the memory of the fun than to have the memory of the fun destroyed by the facts of playing them with a modern set of eyeballs. Both from visual and from like game design standpoint. Like those old games were rough. Initialize. Yup. The size vars to the min. Otherwise, when they do not change, we don't get valid numbers. Okay, and then this. If you don't give me a name, this is actually just going to be a message snack bar because there's no true error. We're just making one. Is there a... It's not like a validate. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense if there would be one, really. But, you know, sometimes people are clever. Do that. We return. Test that theory. New map. I leave you blank. Blank file names not allowed. But if I do that, then it creates. Oh, that was interesting. What just blew up there? Can I give you a random number between 1 and 2? 1.66783. Next out of range. In the file picker? Window event. Widget events. I think this is just a framework bug. Okay, that's interesting. Is that because of the error? Thank you. I stuck between two color schemes. Gonna round that up and count as color scheme 2. Fair enough. Reminds me I have fresh beef with the Go standard library this week. Appreciate my view on it. My view is, it's probably all right. Probably fine. Probably no big deal. I want to do something better with that, but let me try to figure out why this nowhere key. Math Big Int gave me some grief the other day. Okay. Yeah, my view will be that I'm totally with you, even though I will probably not even understand what the issue is. Let's see here. Was it because... Okay, not allowed, and then I did foo, and then everything's fine. What blew up then? Specifically, there is no from bytes function. There is set bytes, but only supports big endian. So if you want to do little endian, you have to hack something a bit shifty together. Moreover, all the methods on int, also float, and rote take a pointer receiver and 2 arguments and then return self. Sensibly so, the user can choose to use an existing number as the destination, which avoids an allocation, so yay optimization. You're a poet and you didn't even know it, at the expense of developer ergonomics. I mean, I'm kind of guilty of that with my coordinates that I'm using in this, because I didn't want people to reach in there and mess with things. By people, I mean me. So I have the same pattern there. And it just came out of that desire, right? The no from bytes is a little bit weird. But like, yeah, I would prefer it to be doable nicely, right? But that's just me. Like, for example, in .add, yeah. Yeah, it's something that I've kind of gone back and forth with myself, with my coordinates, because of the similar deal, right? But also, it's, for one, it needs a pointer receiver also so that it can be unmarshaled and marshaled in Mongo, because they're private fields, but I've given it a marshaller for BSON. So that basically just returns a temporary struct that has public fields that it can use, or exported fields, rather. Yeah, but func z int add xy int is profoundly stupid and uncomfortable to use. It does z equals x plus y and returns z. Yeah. Like, adding a point. In this case, I don't actually return itself. I just let itself be. But you have to do result is int new int 0, result that add, result other. Yes. Yep. All patterns I have, pretty much. Can't do big int operations on a single line, no way. Why not? There was a flying bug on my window. I thought it was inside, but he seems to have gone away. I'll just put away that swatter. So let's, instead of this, we're going to do a nicer thing. We'll do this. In the case that we end up doing more validation here, but we'll have to think about that if we want to or not. For now, it'd be all right. So Neovim bombarded my brain way too harshly to even understand what we're talking about. So I'm going to take a little break and be back in 15 minutes or something. Nice. Have a snack. Have a walk. And with regards to memory allocation optimization, we had compilers in the 1960s which were able to detect this pattern and optimize away the allocation without the programmer having to explicitly define it. If you want to go that way with the simplicity, then why not just give the developer those SIMD assembly instructions? That gives them the most choice in performance now. Wanted to rant a bit of my annoyance away. Thanks for reading. I feel better now. Well, I'm glad you feel better now, because I have no answers for you other than like, yeah, that sounds kind of like a little clunky and weird, but I don't know that I have any insightful fixes for it other than, well, go submit a PR. Okay. Invalid file name. Bonk. Makes sense. And then let's do test. Since we were unable to duplicate with foo. Yeah, that's so weird that it fell over like that. I wonder if I was, like, if I caught it in the middle of refreshing or something. I don't know what happened. Like, how did you even try to call -1 on an index? So bizarre. Part of the standard lib, and Go never changes the standard lib, not until 2.0 because of backwards compatibility. Okay, yeah, I could see that, I guess. You would just have to change it in a backwards compatible way. The other thing I'm going to want to do here all well and good to have this on the button, but we should present that as an option on the start. So that you don't have to click. Menu bar on, events. Shouldn't have anything at the start, so we just need to call this, which is perfect. Can we call you here without causing ourselves grief? I believe so. For example, the net IP and net IPNet were so badly designed at first that there's now net IP package in the standard library, which tries to fix some of the problems. Doesn't really, hence Tailscale's writing and open sourcing a third net IP CIDR module to fix problems in both. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess that's kind of a thing. Well, actually, no. They do change things in the standard library. They just make it backwards compatible because they patch the HTTP library has been patched like every release for the past half a dozen. They found some security stuff in it. They found they added some stuff. Like now you can specify a method, but it's a magic string when you're setting up a handle funcs route. I don't know how I feel about that, but it is what it is, right? Okay, so that handles that. We're gonna just brush away the framework crash for now until we have a reason to dig in again. Well, if the interfaces are crap, they can't change that without breaking code. I mean, yeah. Not you. We're going to do you. Make sure. Yes. We'll do handle empty file names. And open the map file picker on first on start. Bug fixes and additional checks and new methods and stuff are no-brainer. Every standard library should do that. Yes. Yes. Let's see what's going on here real quick. Oh, I see. Make sure nothing's on fire. And it's not. Okay, now. Let's go back to this bar stuff. Let's see. How I can adapt this to be what I actually want it to be. And you were toolbar, tooltip. Might use some of these later. Anywho, toolbar. I was thinking about directly add items to overflow. Think about how to space these out. I was thinking if I was to perhaps add a styler and then say grow what am I doing wrong here? Styler func styles.style. Those are backwards, so I'm doing wrong here. And that immediately pushes it off. Okay. But if I did, okay, let's try this. Let's mess around. Let's tidy this up a little bit. I've got too much stuff going on. We'll sort of pare this back. Menu bar. Probably just swap you over here for now. Good. I could go down to 1, but that's fine. So we add 3 panes for you, but if we didn't have you, where is you? Where what? Make you column. We would need to put these into a sub widget, which I fine. We need to do this. Clay top portion. Do I want to? I want to do this, or do I want to do? I want you above or below? Could do either. I think I want you below. So that. Then collapse that just for now. Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. Bottom bar. Like so. We can expand you back out. That's fine. A lot of this will go away anyway, so if we would decide to go this route. So we'll tidy that up a little bit. If we do. If I do the bottom bar. This, we need to have a styler on it. The Twitch is doing a struggle on the bed rate. Hopefully it cleans up. We want this to grow. The max on the Y. No. We're going to leave that. This is also going to grow. But this will do a max on the Y. Fahrenheit. Let's say 10. Can I do... I can do that. Okay. The inside of here. If I do... Yeah, this should be fine. New frame off of W. We give you a styler. We'll set the X grow to true. And then if we do the same exact thing here, and we can tidy this up if it works. Right now we're just kind of exploring. Left and right halves. If they both grow, they should both take up 50%, theoretically. Then we can come in here and I can get toolbars, what we call you. So left bar, let's just say. New toolbar. You go inside of left half. And we'll do, because they said to do this in the doc. We do the same thing with the right bar. Oops. If I could spell, it would help. Now, let's see if they show up. And if they're laid out the way I think they are. Before we push on. So far not there, but well, actually they might be. I could see space for them. I bet you they're in there. They're just hiding. I forgot I put the border around the whole thing. Which also might be fine. Let's put For example, they do. I want overflow. I want buttons. Should we add them? Versus add at. Which, I mean, we're just doing. I don't really know what the difference is. It's fine. We'll just let it, just do add. Or add at, rather. And give it a name. So we just need to do inside the left bar maker. We can borrow our save and open for now, just as a test. Inside of here. Except for these need to be tree add-ats. So we'll do the plan, func, W, not a func button, just a regular button. Like this. Except for UR. Save button. Put all that in there. Put that in there. Do the same thing, except you all go inside there. And we need to tidy up this. This just becomes W. This becomes W. Or widget. Same deal here. And then we need to do the same thing for our zoomy buttonies in the right bar. Probably could have run and made sure we're on the right track, but it's fine. Right bar. Inside the maker. Add at. Reset. Zoom button. Or button. All that goes in. Actually, just do this. W. We'll do this. Do this. One after you. I've done that in the wrong place. That's fine. One after you. We'll just move this up there where it belongs. And then this. Okay. Now, that comes out of there. Fix up my braces. There we go. Y'all get the same treatment here. You get replaced with W. Let's see how this is shaping up real quick. A bit of a weird question, but you roughly know how big your code base is, like, from an amount of lines. No clue. I guess we could roughly estimate, but there's so many files that it would be hard to do. It's not really a thing that I track just because there's no real... I'm not interested in it. Like, there's nothing that it tells me. Oh, this is interesting. Why is that? It's because you can't... Because you can't fit. Let's, for now, because I'm mostly interested in whether or not I can get these bars to look decent. Let's take that out of there so they'll be half and half. And that is looking almost decent. Couple things. And also it's pushing out of there, but that's fine for now. We'll just push on until... Why is that pushing out? It's pushing out because... Because of padding? Padding not being taken into account for grow, I think. But if I do... a styler on these guys... And if I zero... I could do that. Why can't I? Oh, I can do that. Yeah, duh. Right bar will get the same treatment. Oops. Go. Yeah, it's completely unnecessary information. My biggest code base ever so far was only 1,500 lines roughly, so I was looking for a bigger project that's in the 5,000 to 10,000 line area. Yeah. But I'll also, like, I like white space. I like to space things out a little bit just for visual separation, right? So you would have to, like, have a thing that counted only code lines and discounted comments, which I, sometimes throw in. Yeah, and it's just whatever, Code line length is so arbitrary because it depends. Like you can golf that line number down, and people do, but it doesn't mean anything, You can also pad it out, which you would if somebody said, well, you need to write this many lines of code per week. Well, then by golly, you would write those lines, right? You optimize for what you measure. It's kind of like code coverage, right? Code coverage is, I mean, it's not nothing, but it's a poor signal because if you cover every line of code, but you don't cover the different cases and your coverage isn't good coverage, it's a meaningless number. The other thing I need to do is in the right bar, let's try justifying these to the end and see what happens. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. Mostly. Aside from hanging off the edge. Um, the the gap. We need to do that in this guy. Oops, not grow. Can I just zero you? Find out. Also, code line numbers do not represent the size of the whole project. Could have a comparably small code base with a huge database behind it, so the lines itself would make the project look small. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. Like, the size of your database is completely different than the size of the code base. Like, entirely. That gap didn't... Oh. Yeah, you should be there. Is it... Gap 0. By 0 the width? Like, get rid of that? Oh dear. Little spam bot. Afraid you will have to go. Saying if you would base the size of the whole project on just the line numbers do not take size of the database into consideration. Yeah, but like, it's apples and oranges, right? That's like, what's a good analogy? It's such a weird difference that I'm not even sure what an analogy would be. It's like you're saying that the number of paper clips inside of your house doesn't change the square footage of your house, right? Like, yes, that's true, but they're so different. Like, the context is completely different. Like, if you're talking about the size of your database, that's going to be dealing more with performance versus the size of the code base is just the size of files, right? They're just not, they don't relate in any real meaningful way, I guess is what I'm saying. Um, Map. Still have a gap. Why have gap? Do not want gap. Because cheeky. Ah, oops, not that one. This one. Maybe. No, probably not. Because this is just column. Yeah, still have gap. Okay. Take that out because it didn't do anything for us. Rerun this and inspect. It's either something in the bar itself or something in the parent. I'm guessing something in the bar itself now, though. I suspect. Because it has some kind of a default style, right? Frame 0. Heck is frame 1? Okay, it's all in the same frame. Hey, thanks for following. I really appreciate that. Um, so we've got them in the same frame, which is also a little bit wonky, but maybe that's fine. I'll have to look at that in a second. Override style, padding, but no margin. Okay. The important distinction is that lines of code is behavior, but database is generally data. Yes. It says stuff like SQL triggers and procedures count as line of code. Yes. Rows in a table don't. Yep. Not for any metric I'd ever seen. How big your database is versus lines of code in your project doesn't make sense as a metric. Exactly, yeah. For example, I wrote a small Go program, about 300 lines of code, which runs on a timer at work and processes a database of roughly 1.2 billion rows in it. Handles data files in excess of 10 petabytes. Or pebibytes, I guess that'd be. Wouldn't call that a big project, and it was simply for my colleague to review. Pretty much my point. I said that it's not valid to measure the size of an entire project, just the number of lines of code. These do not represent the size of everything that is there that is not code. Yeah, I guess I'm just confused about like that doesn't measure the database size doesn't measure the size of the project at all, right? I'm trying to pick out what you're trying to express, and I'm failing, and that's probably a skill issue on my part. You've mashed my brains really here, so I don't even know what I'm talking about myself. I mean, that's fair. Sometimes it be like that. Okay. Right pane. That's the upper center pane, right pane, bottom bar. Gap 0. Bar maker. We didn't do columns on you. Gap 0. Display, not direction. Display. Files dot grid s dot columns is 2. Starting to worry that you're in a bad relationship with Neovim if it does this to you. Not window inspect, please. Thank y'all. Frame 2. Bottom bar. Like, where the heck did this come from? Where does frame 1 come into the world? Oh, did I... I bet you I forgot to change Or I screwed up my braces. Bottom bar, left bar, in left half. Left bar maker is all this. It's outside the maker. Right half is that. Because you went into left half, odd right half. Rewrote my entire LSP setup today to work with the new API, and yes, I'm in a bad relationship with it. I am too, but I keep telling myself I can change it, right? Okay, that fixes our extending out problem, which is good, but does not fix this weird gap. In fact, it's made it worse, but that's fine. Now, perhaps things are more correct, and we can puzzle out. Okay, so there's definitely something in here. You don't grow all the way, perhaps? You should. You're set to grow in the eggs. You have padding, but on top and the left, which makes sense. Or no, sorry, the right and left. Makes sense because we see a little bit of gap. But this isn't the... I mean to close that. Bottom bar, frame 0. You don't fill that. That's the problem. Gap is set here too. That shouldn't matter for this. But we humans are really good at thinking we can change something or someone. Yes. Speaking of bad relationships, I will now go and work on one of my better relationships, the one with my bed. It's never betrayed me so far. So far. One day, you may go to flop down and just hit the floor and realize it has left you. Have a good night. We'll catch you tomorrow. If we do right bar styler, left bar styler, tell you to grow in the X. Bye. The you as well. Will that cause y'all to grow? Fill the entire widget you go in? No, it won't. We'll check this again. It's kind of weird that I guess there is kind of a big gap here. I guess that does look about like the same gap. Let's look in here at the init stuff here. Final maker. The there has to be a styler, right? Size from children. Size down, size up. Interesting. I didn't know frame had the size up. Move to overflow. Toolbar styles. Here we go. Add items to the center. WS widget. Final styler. If the direction is row, then grow on the X and set padding horizontal. Otherwise, set it to grow on the Y and set padding horizontal. That should be fine. It's padding, not a margin. So that should be super kosher. And this should be the default style. So that should be fine. Overridden that, that's fine. Gap is set to 0. Mouse display now. We must not render toolbars with no children. Otherwise, we set it to flex. Display. This is direction, though. So that should be fine. If I resize the vendor, y'all kind of still keep your wonky spacing. We have overflow, which is good. Need to make the zoom only respond when there's a map open. That's a thing. Hey yourself, how's it going? Why in the world don't you grow? I also developed my first game in the browser. Can I send you a link? Could you give me some feedback? I don't know that I have a lot of feedback to give you, but sure. As long as it's not like anything horrible. Okay, let's see here. Warrior, that's me. I like the melee and the sword and the board. My hero's name. I am Fu. Oh, I don't want to sign up for this. Do I have to sign up? This loads extremely slowly. I noticed that right off the bat. Just enter garbage. Done. Okay. So I have energy and I have gold. Is this a microtransaction game? Because I see multiple currencies, and that's where that makes me think immediately. My first impressions, right? I have nothing in here. I have work. Okay, so it's like an idle game as well. To build something like Shakes and Fidget, I don't know what that is. Gems are also achievable by selling items doing fighting quests. It's a bit like Milvor Idle. Never played. Okay, so I can do a work. I can watch a fight. Okay, I didn't get to pick anything I was fighting. I don't know anything about this. I don't know if I... Yeah, it's a legendary monster, and I'm a level 1 warrior. So this is weird to me. I didn't get to pick what I was fighting, so I'm going in blind here. I won somehow, and I leveled up, which is cool. I would like to be able to pick a thing that I'm fighting and judge if I'm making a wise choice, right? I don't know where my health is right now. I see these, but I don't see a health. There's a health bar here. Out of what? What's my maximum health? This summary doesn't tell me. Health is always your max. Seeing at the character resets for okay. So find a way to show me that in the UI. I would say. I guess I do have a lot of opinions. Because I don't know if like I can fight again or if I'm gonna die. Right. Let me do another one. Okay, so now I'm up here. Also simulate fight to use all your points. Right. I saw that. We'll get to those. I would love for this to show me like a total damage summary of the fight at the end of this one, because I can see all this great stuff, but it doesn't give me a good overview. Okay, cool. I leveled up. I also don't know if my level up is giving me more energy or anything. I can go back to my character. There's also nothing that told me I had points here. That's just my brain of game playing, right? Okay, these do tell me it looks like what they do. Physical damage and carrying capacity, great. Excellent. Good tool tipping. Archers and agile fighters, okay, good. Sorcerers and spellcasters, apparently I don't care about int. Fair, right? So I'm going to put a couple points in. This feels slow. And I see that this is happening, but that felt kind of clunky and slow. Okay. I would say right here, put the cost. Don't make me come into here. Tell me right away that it costs, because when I'm spending points, I need to know that this is a choice that's going to be with me until I can afford to reset, right? Would not recommend resetting. Makes up for good skills. Crafting recipes makes the game like a roguelike, right? Well, it is on idler, right? And I like to be able to reset. I like to sit with my character and be able to tweak it, right? This server sits in Germany. I guess I'm from the yes. Yes, I am. I write everything down. Good. But yeah, if this tells me that it's going to cost me something to reset, that tells me I need to be really careful with my stat points right off the bat, rather. Let's go back to hunting. I'm also not getting any loot. I don't want marketplace. I'm not getting any loot from these fights, so it's not immediately clear to me what I do to get items. Let's skip a fight. Okay. This just gives me a little bit of stuff. Okay, that's fair. Everything loads immediately when you're also in Germany? Okay, good. You get it randomly from fights or go to dealer? Gotcha. Okay. So skipping a fight and watching a fight. Give me the same ending point. It almost feels like this is unnecessary to me. Use all I'm really lazy, yeah. I would like this to be more interactive, I think. If I'm going to take a slow fight, I would rather be able to do stuff in there and maybe increase my chances. If you think of like Total War, you can auto battle or you can fight it out and you'll probably be doing better, right? Maybe skipping and using all should cost something? I don't know about that. Because it's already very idly, right? So let's use all. Like maybe this could take longer to use all. That would probably be okay. Oh, I've got a piece of equipment. Okay, so that's good. Ads for 1 minute. Gotcha. Yeah, we can wait. We'll go a little bit long today. It's fine. Midnight here now, so I'm probably going to do some reading again and head to bed. Yeah, have a good night. Okay, fantastic. So is it okay if I check this out? I assume you're asking stall. Joking on my own spit. I could see like auto fighting taking a longer time or something. Like put that on the idle sort of side of things. I did get an item. That's cool. That's exciting to me. I would love to see a timer on when I get energy. This refreshes every minute. Okay, that's good. A timer would also be nice if you can do that. I got this. I can collect my reward, which is cool. I guess this doesn't... Okay. So this isn't tied to anything. It's just golden XP. I wouldn't do this in minutes. I would have this bump up to hours. And it's not clear to me what I'm getting from this aside from XP and gold, which I don't know. Work done. Okay, that's cool. This is said as a reward, and I don't know what this is. It took this time, I think, right? It's for when you're at work or can't play, you can still progress. Yeah, okay. I'm not... It's unclear to me why am I doing this really? Right? I get the minor rewards, but there's not... It feels like a separate system that doesn't really feel separate, right? It doesn't really explain to me... Should be in hours or minutes, yeah. It doesn't really explain to me why I want to make sure that this is always running. Like, I can kind of infer it, but nothing really told me, hey, keep this running while you're not able to play. And also, I would almost say this should return something else as well. Hard to say exactly. I think there's a lot of different things you could do with that. But yeah, this shouldn't... You've been rewarded with 100 gold, 100 experience points, and all of this time needed. the heck is time needed, right? This should say, like, you've been rewarded with this, and it took this long, or something like that. Marketplace where real players can sell items. Dealer is the NPC shop leaderboard. Click a player to see their... Gotcha. Gotcha, okay. Cannot afford. So sad, but this is good. This tells me that, hey, I'm out of my league here, right? I don't have to go through everything and look at it to know if I can afford it. I picked up an item, okay. I presume I can drag this? No? Clicking on this doesn't give me an option to equip. Dragging it doesn't give me an option to equip. Where do I... Ah, okay. So look at that interaction, right? Because I've tried 2 different ways to get this thing. It took me 3 times, and somebody might bounce. What is MUD, by the way? Multi-user dungeon, but right now we're looking at somebody's game. Okay, so I've got my cool... Okay, life armor, strength, good. I like that. If I had another thing, would there be an equipment compare side-by-side window? Also reroll stats when it's in your inventory. Okay. Unequip. Yeah, okay, reroll for gold. Okay, sure, why not? Oh. This added, though. Or am I interpreting this incorrectly? Refined implies that it's added on top of the base stats, right? Added. So this shouldn't be reroll. This should be... you thought I made this? No, we're looking at Stahl's cool game. This shouldn't be a reroll then. Rerolling implies to my brain that I'm taking a chance on these to see if they get better or worse. Having a improvement system, this is cool. I like this. Okay, we're re-rolling the enhancements. I see. Gotcha. Maybe improve is better. Yeah, but it does re-roll the improvements. So I think there's some UI work around that you could do. And that could almost be another thing. So when I'm hunting or from working, give me resources. Give me steel shards or whatever that I can either loot or work for, and be able to use that to improve my gear. And like maybe there's a, okay, I got 3 things this time. So that's a huge difference. It's a whole new system. Yeah, it is. It is. You could just do UI work around this too. And then there would be some balance stuff around there too, right? But okay, this is good. Requires archer class. Your class is warrior, and it did tell me that right here. That's fantastic. Necklace. Why can't I equip a necklace? Nothing tells me why I can't. Class any, quantity 1, level 18. Is this a level requirement? Level's too low. Okay. Tooltip it for me. Need an alert? Yeah. Or just like a little boop next to this or something that says, hey, you're too low. Off topic, but do you think it's weird the devs decided to roll with only username and password, no email? I presume that this is still early stuff, right? Let's see here. I'm out. Okay, I got one energy. I'll watch a fight. My work is ready. I've just gone away because I got distracted. And I go back to hunting. That seems to have killed my hunting. I sell that item on a marketplace. Yeah, 7 days old. Usually don't like to enter their email. Yeah, I can see that. I didn't want to sign up either, right? Until I knew that this was interesting or not. Um, there's a lot of ways you can go around that. No fight was done, but you just couldn't see the results. Okay. It should go into my notifications then, I think, right? This is good though. I got my work done. Notification. I'm working hard again. Let's go ahead and sell. I would love a sell button here because my thought was I'm gonna sell on the marketplace, and I'm here. Oh wait, it's here. Okay, I'm just blind. I can list sale. 100 gold. Okay, we've listed. I have my listings. Okay. I did miss this at first, and that might be a skill issue on my part. I don't see it in here. I see it here, though. Price low to high, so like I should be at the top unless somebody already bought it. Another bug. Yeah, it'd be like that. Refreshing doesn't seem to show it. All rarities, all types, all classes, all currencies. Price low to high. Oh, there it is. It's hiding. Okay. It's sorted weird. Because these are all gems. So it fits in correctly there. But it's sorted by a total amount of the currency as opposed to which currency. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Separate sorting, yeah, probably. Or like an either or checky box of which store I'm in. Like you got it in here, I think. Yeah, gold only. But that requires me to dig in there. So maybe consider, and maybe it's fine. Maybe you just need to learn to use the UI. I really like. I've hidden my stuff. I really like that you have this here that tells me I can't even use this thing, but I can use this thing. That's very good. Bought the item. Can I check the inbox? Sure. Item sold. Sold for 100 gold. It's not clear to me right now if I have automatically picked up this gold or if I needed to click something. So either you could do like the balance has been deposited to your account or whatever, or you could do like a clicky that would give me like a little pop-up that says bing 100 gold or whatever, right? That would be really, really engaging to click on and go, I got my gold. So many good suggestions, right? I didn't think I was going to have a lot to say, but this is actually this is solid. Got multiple delete buttons here. That's interesting. This is delete all. Okay. Yeah. All right. I can dig it. Delete that. Everything's happy there. Got items, all kinds of goodies. It almost seems like this, and maybe it's just because I haven't clicked on a lot of these and sat through a lot of them, but it almost seems like spending all gets you more items. Is that a true thing or not? Yeah, right here, I would love to see my other thing pop up and say, hey, this is plus or minus whichever I've got, especially because I can't click on two at the same time. So I have to go, okay, this will give me 6 life. This is 5 life. This is 10 armor. This is 8 armor. 3 strength. 2 strength. So that mine is just completely better in every way. Just a coincidence. Okay, good. Yeah. Comparison, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, definitely for sure. But yeah, I mean, the thing I have about idle games and timer games in general also is there's often a point, and I don't know if this is going to be true with this one. There's often a point where I fall off because I have to wait so long, and I can't. I want to. This game is new, and you're doing a good job of it so far. But this game is new to me, and I want to interact with it a lot because it's very novel. And right now, you're mostly keeping me busy, but it's starting to fall off a little bit because I can only do one thing right now. And so let's just skip a fight. Okay, great. And I guess I'm going to do something else for 5 minutes now. And maybe I come back. Maybe not. So especially early on, if you can kind of keep me in that game loop, then I might invest more time. Leaderboard and select a player, sure. Also, I'm going to be really, really suspicious of that this is a microtransaction game, and it's going to make me a little leery, right? So something, and it needs to be true, but something to tell me like, hey, you can get everything in game without spending money if you want to, right? It needs to be true though. If that's not true, then don't say it. Zephyr von Genovese, that's a wicked cool name. Buy stuff it's implemented. I want to just buy cosmetics. Yeah, okay, good, perfect. I don't know how I feel about people being able to see everything in the world that you have. I don't know what this adds, really. And I would almost, when I see this, I wonder if this person is going to get a lot of in-game mails that say, hey, I want to buy your thing. Which maybe it's good if they're like an economy-driven player. But maybe it's annoying, too. Use a chat bottom right to ask for certain items. Yeah, that might be annoying to me if I don't, like, if I'm not trying to be that kind of guy, like the economy, trade markety guy. I don't know. It could go either way. That would be a really user-specific thing. Also, your experience bar is a little wonk. And so is the number. But maybe that's just because you've made them crazy. Realm chat. Gotcha, okay. So this is like everybody. This guy has a broken picture, apparently. I can look at you. Does adding work? Not really. You get leveled 100. Yeah. Broken picture, someone who's not logged in. Gotcha. Should probably be not in the list of online people then. Because it says 5 are online. Also, I can't read this box. And I can't resize this or anything. Wanted non-logged in players to chat to have them engaged. But if I'm not logged in, how am I chatting? Oh, I had that expanded. Okay, that's a skill issue on my part. I guess probably if I click in the box, that should close or something, or fold. But yeah, I think you got something cool. So when someone comes new to the site, if I leave the realm, I don't think you want that. Because people can abuse this. And also, this looks like the annoying box that's going to pop up and have an AI bot say, "Ping, how can we help you?" I think that. Oh, what did I? There we go. People will abuse it. Yeah. I think I would love this to be a like a sidebar with more chat that I could expand and close. If it's gonna be, if you're trying to have like a community and a chatty chat box, that reminds me that a lot of this reminds me of the old web-based almost MUDs, right? Mixed with an idle game. So you got a lot of interesting stuff here. But if it's got if it's supposed to have a large social component kind of as a thing to build a community around it, this feels not emphasized enough. Also increase your stats now. Check the atlases and quests to see all items and monsters. Oh, monster atlas. Okay, yeah. Okay. Items. This doesn't tell me where I find them. I live too far away? Yes. Meant to be looking like an old game? Yeah. I can feel the influence. These don't tell me where I get them from. That kind of ties into this being not a thing I pick. What if I want to farm a piece of gear that I see in my items atlas? I want this. I crave it. How do I get it? Give me something to work towards. What if I don't want to buy it? What if it's too expensive? Dealer. It feels weird that these are two things and they're so far apart. Random jobs, right? Yeah, but like, crude iron clasp. Oh, actually, yeah, okay, yeah, I can use this. Good, good, good. I'll buy you. If I'm in here in the items atlas, oh, I got a thing. Item bot. Okay. Oh, that sneeze got stuck. Gosh. So if I'm in the items atlas and I'm like, ooh, I want a wyvern scale mantle, this probably drops off of wyverns. And if I can go spend my energy points to hunt wyverns, bless me, I would need to get the sneeze out for a blessing. It stopped. Oh, it's the worst. But personally, I would find that to be compelling to be able to try to um, grind for that gear, right? To spend my hunting not just randomly, but to with a purpose. English is not that good. Gotcha. Oh, I like this. Okay, I like this. It shows me what bonuses my gears are getting me. All strength, all the time, baby. Let's go. I do also notice that I can't increase my life, and I don't know if I want to yet or not. Right, but normally, as a beefy warrior kind of guy, I want to be pretty tanky. See, I also don't see... Oh, 8 points. There we go. There we go. Life Armor Luxor via stats, but I should add... Yeah, you do have this. Yeah, I guess it's not clear to me. Weapon damage, inventory space, physical skill effectiveness. Nothing tells me how I'm supposed to increase my life. Like 132 is bigger than it used to be. Is it just levels? Like, is there anything that that plays into it? Let's equip that there. Get myself some nice bonuses. And just go through some battles again. I've forgotten to start. Do that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Those are next. Clasp, I thought it was a belt. 110 base life plus the plus from equipment. Oh. So this is 11, including my plus 6. I don't know that I love that. I was interpreting this as this is my base and this is my bonus, not this is my total with a bonus. Yeah, I would say so. But yeah, I mean, I think you have a cool start here. It needs a little bit of touch-ups, I think. But yeah, totally rad, dude. All right. Toolbars we will play with tomorrow. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for swinging through and having a cool thing to show off instead of just like some people want you to look at a thing and it's like, you need to go cook for a while, my dude. I was very surprised and pleasantly so by like it was a very polished experience. Still a couple things to, polish up. We just went through, but like that's solid. I wish you all the best luck with that for sure. Anywho, that is going to take us like past my normal. 7 days old because I'm in between changing jobs, so a lot of free time. Gotcha. Awesome. That's going to take us past my normal stopping time, which is totally fine. But I'm going to go ahead and go get myself a late lunch and work on some other things. If you like this kind of thing, I stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday, ending on Monday. So if you show up wherever in the world you are about 4.5 hours before now, tomorrow I should be here doing more of that. And I would love to see you. Thanks for everybody who swung by. We had a great time, all the great chats, and I'd love to see you next time. And if not,